Nothing like breakfast and baseball as we bring you an early morning matchup from the Prep Baseball Fall Classic here at LakePoint Sports. We've got a great one for you between Carolina Prime and East Cobb Patriots to kick off pool play. I'm Cory McCartney taking you up to our 8:15 first pitch, and I'll be joined along the way by our own Grayson Rosen as we bring you the action from what is currently a foggy Audi Marietta Field here at the Baseball Village. And, of course, this is a stage for these players to make their mark with great performances, and it's also a chance for them to show their greatness in other ways as well. We've teamed up with Johnsonville in their push to bring the positivity back to the internet. Let's go inside that mission. We do need your help in highlighting these positive actions, good sportsmanship, and selfless acts associated with those youth sports that we love. Any and everyone is encouraged to share these moments. So whether you're the one who spotted the activity, the one performing the act, or the recipient of the good deed, there is something in it for everyone. And Johnsonville might just reward you for your behavior and or participation. So use the QR code on screen for more information on how to make a submission, or head on over to LakePointSports.com or our social channels to access the submission form. As you can see, it's all about positivity and positive messages, and here's Joe Santolano, Kane's Southeast coach, with some wise words for his players.
When you recognize the biggest thing and the biggest attribute you're going to have as a person is to be there for somebody. That's what life is about, and that's why there's team sports. When people are struggling, you pride yourself on being there. Hit it to me, give it to me, I got your back. That was a chance to say, I know you're strong, I got you. Throw it to me, I got you. I'm in charge here. Don't worry, pick them up, boom, I got your back, me and you. That's what we're trying to build. I got your back. I can make that play and throw them out.
2, 1.
Great stuff there from Joe Santolano, who's a former head coach at the Army Black Knights, so a guy with a big track record taking his talents onto the youth sports level. This week at LakePoint Sports, we hosted the 4th Annual National Youth Sports Summit, events that featured engaging panels with sports industry leaders, a keynote from former NBA player Dennis Scott, and softball icon Jenny Finch was honored for her contribution. She won the Impact Award. I caught up with Jenny at the summit to discuss why giving back and empowering the next generation are so important to her. Here with Impact Award winner Jenny Finch. Jenny, congratulations.
Thank you. It's a true honor.
So tell me about your desire to want to give back. Why do you feel like that's it's an important mission for you?
I know what sports has done in my life and how it's created who I am, and it's taught me so many life lessons, and I'm so thankful for the opportunity that I had, and I want to make it better than I had it and give back to the sport that has given me so much and give others the same opportunity that I had.
Obviously a softball icon, and you've done so much to empower young women. What do you kind of want to provide for them that maybe wasn't there when you were coming up?
You know, I think young girls now are able to see it, which I didn't get to see it. I didn't see it on TV. I had to go dig and find it, and I couldn't even be sport specific. It was just, I was so hungry to hear about female athletes. And now young girls can see any sport and see athletes that compete in that sport. So it's so exciting to see how far we've come and the opportunity, but there is still so much room to grow and to continue to provide more access for our sport and for our athletes and create a healthy professional community for women's sports in general.
So much noise that young athletes deal with today that you didn't have to, that a lot of people didn't have to when they were coming up. Being the mother of 2 young athletes yourself, what's your message to somebody who's kind of dealing with all that?
It's such a challenging time, and a lot of prayer. But I think, you know, I'm constantly saying, don't compare yourself. Don't compare yourself. Don't look to your left. Don't look to your right. Just keep your head down and work. Keep your head down and work, and be who you are and be the best version of yourself, and that's all you can ask. That's all you can do, and try to quiet the noise and protect that prime real estate of our mental space that is being invaded in so many ways. And so it's so important, I think, to make sure that we are protecting it and kind of making sure that we are kind of monitoring what's going in, whether it be our ears, eyes, all of those.
Well, Jenny, congratulations again. Thank you so much. Make sure
you.
you keep it locked right here. We'll have so much more coming for the National Youth Sports Summit.
3, 2, 1.
As you can see, fog is definitely a factor here in this early morning in the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. So we're going to be a little bit delayed past our expected 8:15 first pitch. Just got word from the folks at Prep Baseball that it's gotten worse. It did look like the fog was going to lift, but we may be a little bit more delayed than we thought. But let's go ahead and take a look at the lineups that we'll see today. A couple of really talented rosters. East Cobb Patriots, 2 ranked players on their team. Meanwhile, 7 committed players, 12 ranked players on this Carolina Prime squad. So let's look at how East Cobb Patriots will line up. They'll start off with shortstop Daniel Tompkins, followed by right fielder Tyson Dawson, left fielder Gabe Westry, center fielder Harrison Fiftal, first baseman Chase Charles, third baseman Gavin Barr, Nathan Taxey's the extra hitter hitting 7th, Alex Bemis is the extra hitter hitting 8th, William King is pitcher and DH, Aiden Lee is playing second hitting 10th, and behind the plate and hitting 11th is Caden Hunter. Meanwhile, Carolina Prime, Slade Bird leads things off playing right field, followed by left fielder Caden Nance, then shortstop Ben Fussell, first baseman Kason Fletcher, Miles Barbary, the second baseman, Tyson Brasington, the center fielder, Landon Fowler, the DH, Noah Burnham, the catcher, Eli Wood hitting 9th, Henry Wood is the extra hitter, and Matthew Ogswala, the left-hander, will be on the mound. So we'll be rejoining you when we have more information. Hopefully we get started sooner rather than later here, as this has, again, already been delayed. We expected an 8:15 first pitch, but we will rejoin you as soon as we have more information on first pitch in this matchup between the East Cobb Patriots and Carolina Prime. Well, we got ourselves an update with the fog that's all over Emerson, Georgia right now. So we're going to have a 9 a.m. First pitch, likely here in our game of the day between East Cobb Patriots and Carolina Prime, now joined by our own Grayson Rosen. I don't want you to have to go play the part of weatherman, but obviously this is not ideal for these guys out here tracking a ball with this fog all over the fields at LakePoint Sports.
Yeah, definitely not. So, we'll see what we have to do. It's definitely gotten. It almost seems like it's gotten worse.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that 9 o'clock start is a hopeful time, but we'll see. Got to make sure everybody's safe out there.
All right, we got word from United umpires, or we're looking at a potential 9 a.m. first pitch. So we will bring you our action as soon as we can. We'll update you along the way. Until then, we'll be rejoining you soon from LakePoint Sports. And we're back. As you can see in the background, the fog has finally dissipated here at LakePoint Sports, so we are ready to bring you our game of the day in the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. East Cobb Patriots against Carolina Prime. So let's run through this lineup one more time. Nothing has, of course, changed in this regard, but make sure everybody's up to speed. Daniel Tompkins, shortstop, leading off for East Cobb Patriots, followed by Tyson Dawson, the right fielder. Gabe Westry playing left field and hitting third. Center fielder Harrison Fifthall will hit fourth. Chase Charles, first baseman, hits fifth. Hitting sixth is third baseman Gavin Barr. Extra hitter Nathan Taxi hitting seventh. Alex Bemis hitting eighth. Also an extra hitter William King, pitcher and DH, hitting ninth. Aiden Lee, second baseman, hitting 10th. And Caden Hunter is behind the plate and hitting 11th. Meanwhile, for Carolina Prime, they will lead off with Slade Bird, the right fielder, followed by left fielder Caden Nance, shortstop Ben Fussell, third baseman Kason Fletcher, second baseman Miles Barbary, Tyson Brazington, the center fielder, hitting sixth, Landon Fowler, the DH, hitting seventh, Noah Burnham, the catcher, hitting eighth, Eli Wood, first baseman, hitting ninth, and Henry Wood, the extra hitter, hitting 10th, and Matthew Ogswalla will be on the mound, the left-hander. So again, looking to get started here in just a minute or two. Apologize for the delay and hope that you stuck around with us and watched our ever-evolving delay graphic there, as things were supposed to start just a few minutes late, around 8:15, and then it just kept expanding as the fog just would not leave here in Emerson, Georgia. But excited to bring you this matchup. I think this is going to be a good one here. It's a couple of really talented rosters. East Cobb Patriots coming with a couple ranked players, and Gavin Barr, who's the 44th ranked shortstop in Georgia, number 300 overall in the class from Mary Persons. Meanwhile, Gabriel Westry, 16th ranked first baseman in Georgia. Gabe is the 283rd ranked player overall in the state. Meanwhile, Carolina Prime, 7 committed players, 12 ranked players. So a talented roster for sure, as they'll look to get going here in pool play momentarily. And of course, joined by our own Grayson Rosen. And Grayson, I have to say this is one of the odder mornings that we've had here, as we've done these broadcasts basically starting in February. All the way to now. We've had delays, we've had lightning delays, but we've never had a fog that would just not leave, and it, wreaked havoc over here at LakePoint Sports for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that we chose today as a day to do an 8 a.m. start, because now we've been delayed 2 hours. This is about the time we'd typically be starting here. So it kind of worked out in our favor to choose these games. And, of course, unfortunate that me and you arrived here 7 a.m. this morning getting ready for that 8 a.m. broadcast. And we came on here and we were ready to go, and then got the word that we'd be delayed an hour, and then that turned into 2. So just looking forward to catching some baseball now.
Well, the one positive that we have is, while everything else in the day will be delayed, the first scheduled start times were for 7:15 p.m. We obviously know those are probably going to be closer towards the 9:30, if not later mark. We'll see if they can make up some time as the day goes on. The games will be played an hour and 45 minutes. Is that we're not worrying about one of those late times that are now impacted. We at least get this opening window, and we do get to bring you. We thought we had breakfast in baseball a little bit later. Maybe this is more brunch in baseball now, but we're still able to bring you a matchup we're excited about. And you see Matthew Ogswalla getting loose there on the mound for Carolina Prime, the second-ranked first baseman in South Carolina, 97 overall. He's got exit velos at the plate up to 95.3, but on the mound, 81-mile-an-hour fastball. Also has a changeup between 70 and 72. Got a curveball dropping down to 68, playing in his 6th prep baseball event. It'll be an exciting matchup for sure. Some big-time players, as I mentioned, on this Carolina Prime roster. Blake Bryant is going to get the start in the second game, the Clemson commit. But I think Matthew Ogswalla, I mean, you talk about size. This guy is a big body on the mound, 6'2", 205 pounds, out of Wando High School in South Carolina. He's going to have his hands full, though, against East Cobb Patriots, who will again lead off with Daniel Tompkins, and he will be followed by Tyson Dawson and then Gabe Westry. Yeah, nice and bright and sunny now. You'd have no idea that we had a fog that would just not go away.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Like, up until probably 9:45, we could barely see the outfield fence on the camera.
Yeah.
So definitely cleared itself up now, and we're ready to go.
Well, you know, I was talking to Slade Bird. Can get it a little bit more into our conversation later. The Georgia Southern commit outfielder playing right field today for Carolina Prime said I don't even know how you would track a ball in this weather, and that's completely understandable. I mean, you got a white ball in a dense white sky. I mean, how are you supposed to do your job in the outfield? Conceivably, guys would put a ball in play, and we'd have about a dozen infield to park home runs. So, nice to have a wait and be able to bring you a game that's going to be a little bit more exciting. And nice job there, my Matthew Ogswalla. Pitch 1, strike 1. Interesting 3/4 release from him.
Yeah, I was about to point that out immediately. It's definitely something that we'll have to look at. It looks like maybe with the secondary stuff, he's changing up that arm angle just a little bit, maybe more changing up his elbow than anything. But we'll see how these hitters for East Cobb Patriots start to pick up on that motion, because it's definitely not the most average pitching motion.
And then back to the fastball there as he kind of slingshots that in. And I think that's the thing you watch for, right? It's like if you're somebody who's developing talent, do you say, you know what, maybe we tend a little bit more to a slider, something that might come out of that same angle, as opposed to you getting a secondary look that's going to be a little bit more sweeping, that might allow you to kind of change your arm angle as he gets strikeout for out number 1 there as Daniels Hopkins goes down to the K.
Yeah, I think one thing to watch for sure is, how does that arm angle change based on the secondary stuff, and seeing, can we read this out of his hand? Do we know, if he switches to that other angle, is he going to get the curveball? Because, see right there, he definitely, his elbow a little bit higher up in that release point, the hand kind of coming more over his ear than out over his shoulder. So we'll see what happens here with East Cobb Patriots and see if they can adjust to these kind of tips that he's given to them.
Tyson Dawson at the plate now, shows bunt, pulls back. But here's the thing, if he throws it for strikes, it's not going to matter, even if you can pick up on it. But I think it is certainly something to watch. If you're tipping your pitches with the release point and the arm slot, I think that's certainly something the batters will pick up on very quickly, as in for a strike.
Yeah, and, East Cobb Patriots certainly not an incapable offense. We saw the last time we came out, we had East Cobb Patriots, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And they won it in walk-off fashion off the bat of Chase Charles, who was batting 5th in the lineup today. Yeah,
Chase Charles was player of the game as we had them back for that matchup. So we are familiar with these East Cobb Patriots players. So, again, Tyson Dawson at the plate now out of Pace Academy, 14th prep baseball event for this 2025, outfielder and third baseman. He draws a walk, and we'll have our first base runner for East Cobb Patriots. That's going to bring up Gabe Westry. Get mentioned with Westry, the 16th ranked first baseman in Georgia in 2025, 283 overall. I said 300 earlier, but the rankings have changed since the last time we had them.
Yeah.
We've had an update for the class, and he's now 283 overall. Exit velo's up to 92.1, bat speed at 78, playing in his 5th prep baseball event.
Yeah, see him with the football hand warmer.
Yeah, the sky completely clear now. You would literally have no idea that we sat here in a 2-hour fog delay. You could barely see the Curve Test Center, the white bubble that's out in right field here, in left field and field 11. Runners taking off.
Maybe back foot slipped a little bit for our catcher.
Tyson Dawson takes second base, and now a runner in scoring position for Gabe Westry. 1-0 is the count with Matthew Ogswalla on the mound. Slingshots that in there, going to be ball 2.
I think that was a really good spot to steal in as well for Tyson Dawson to maybe just help himself out a little bit here. You got the left-handed pitcher on the mound. We haven't seen his pickoff move yet, but I would assume, based on the arm angle, the way he's slinging it right now, he probably will put it on the dot over there to first base. So for Tyson Dawson to be at second now, be in scoring position with just 1 out, he's got a much better chance of scoring and is able to get a bit more of a big lead on him. Yeah, that arm angle, you think about the throw over to first, you're even taking just a split second away on the delivery there with it being a little bit lower. It's going to make it that much harder on any base runners leading off at first. Dawson retreats to second. Interested to see how Ogswalla kind of deals with having that runner in scoring position. Will he settle in a little bit more on this at bat? That one's high. The throw over to third. Got him. That was a close one. Sure was a close call at third, but they get the runner at third, and they will
Have the bases clear now for Westry on a 2-2 count, or 3-2 count, excuse me.
Yeah, good work right there. It looked like a pitch out. I don't know if it was necessarily called, but it worked in that same way, and it was a great throw down right there by Noah Burnham to make up for kind of looking like he missed his footing there for the throw down to second.
Yeah, extremely close play. I mean, we had to wait until we got the umpire's signal because it was bang, bang at third base, but they were able to get him for the second out. So the count is now full to Westry, 2 down. No longer with that opportunity to drive anybody in, and that's going to be a strikeout as he gets Westry looking. Nice job by Ogswalla there, a couple of strikeouts, and they get the runner at third. As we remain scoreless in our game of the day, we'll be back from LakePoint Sports.
Next. Next. Stop.
You got it?
No. Keep going.
Again.
Next. Next.
If you don't pick one,
Oh, you have time. Am I keeping you from your job? Next. I don't even know where I am anymore. Stop.
do we finally have it?
Let's go back to the beginning.
Are you
Your
joking?
electric future customized. The fully electric Audi Q4 e-tron.
Making every second count. That is how I live. And this is how I hydrate. Body Armor Sport Water. Water for the athlete in all of us.
This is ready to go online. Any questions?
Yeah, I got one. How about the best network imaginable? Let's invent that.
That's what we do here.
Quick survey. Who wants their internet to work pretty much everywhere?
And it needs to run smooth, like super smooth.
Hey, should you be drinking that?
It's decaf. Because we're busy women.
We don't have time for lag or buffering. Who doesn't want internet that helps AI do your homework even faster?
Come again?
Sorry, what was that?
Introducing the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Welcome back to the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. Cory, McCartney, Grayson, Rosen with you in our weather-delayed, or technically fog-delayed game of the day here between East Cobb Patriots and Carolina Prime. William King on the mound for East Cobb Patriots. Last time we did one of these games, William King was on the mound for East Cobb Patriots at a Lake Oconee Charter High School 9th Prep Baseball event. Fastball up to 89 last time we saw him. Also gets change up around 75, 79, and a curveball down to 66. He'll be facing off against Slade Bird, Caden Nance, and Ben Fussell to start things off for Carolina Prime.
And the biggest asset we saw out of William King the last time around, and I expect it to be a huge part of his game today, is being able to switch up the speeds. You talked about the velocity on the fastball and then getting it all the way down into the 60s with his secondary stuff. That's going to be a huge part of what he does on the mound today.
Yeah, he was extremely impressive last time we saw him. Just a strike throwing machine in that last outing. But again, he's going to have his hands full as this is a extremely deep Carolina Prime team. 7 committed players, including Slade Bird at the plate, Georgia Southern commit. Watches that for ball 1. Slade was part of the Team South Carolina for the 2024 future games that we had here back in July, and this last month, 2 months later, he ends up committing to Georgia Southern. I asked him what kind of player Georgia Southern was getting. You'll certainly look at the metrics and see somebody who's near triple digits, exit velo, bat speed into the 70s, outfield velo around 90, and he said he believes they're getting one of the best players in the class of 2026.
That's some high praise for himself.
Well, if you don't believe in yourself, who's going to?
That's a great point. And Georgia Southern's putting together a pretty good class. We've got a number of commits out of this 2026 class out of Georgia as well. So he's just another great piece that they've picked up.
He's got a 2-1 count. I'll make it 3-1 as King just misses.
Yeah, that was a real close miss there. I think part of it some blatant framework maybe threw off our umpire for the call there.
Comes the 3-1 from King. Bird puts this in play. That's going to be into right field and drop down into right center for a base hit.
Well done.
86.9 off the bat for Slade Bird. Batter one, hit one. Now we'll move on to Caden Nance. Caden Ridge Nance, as his prep baseball profile says, from Vidalia High School in Georgia's the 3rd-ranked second baseman in Georgia, 89 overall in the class of 2026. Playing in his 6th prep baseball event. He's got exit velos up to 92.3. Can also scoot 6.93 in the 60. Bird's taking off. The throw is going to be well late as that goes into center field. So Bird showing off the speed.
Yeah, interesting to see 2 lefties to start off the lineup here, but could be a matchup thing with William King, the righty on the mound. But I kind of like what I'm seeing already. Yeah, time called to tie the shoes. Maybe that's what happened. Shoes were a little too loose.
That's right.
So I gave up that hit.
Talked about the committed players on this Carolina Prime team. Tyson Brazington, Charleston Southern. Got Blake Bryant, who I mentioned earlier, Clemson commit. Slade Burr standing at second base, Georgia Southern. You got Kason Fletcher, Mercer commit. Landon Fowler, another Clemson commit. Ben Fussell, who is on the on-deck circle, is a Mercer commit. And then Andrew Hammock on his way to Kennesaw State.
Hooty hoo.
Comes the 0-1. Shows bunt. That's going to miss well outside. But in all, 12 ranked players on this Carolina Prime squad. Miles Barbie, Tyson Brazington, Blake Bryant, Slade Bird, Kason Fletcher, Landon Fowler, Ben Fussell, Andrew Hammock, Quinn Johnson, Caden Nance, Matthew Ogswalla, and Dallas Pitts. Not too often in the fall schedule that we see a team this loaded. It's in for a strike. Great way to finish up the bigger high school portion of our schedule. We'll still have the 14U division as we take our fall schedule up until right before Thanksgiving, but this is the last bigger high school age event that we'll have on the schedule as these guys start to wind down.
Slade Bird up to some antics there, leading off from second base.
Maybe getting inside King's head a little bit as that's going to miss for a ball.
Yeah, I think if you're at the plate right now, you're sitting on the fastball. That's what King has done the best job with so far in this outing, is just hitting the zone with the fastball. So you're definitely waiting on one, and there it is.
Right over top of the shortstop's head. Bird's on his way to third base. Is going to hold. Is going to make his way home. He's going to track back to third. So job there done by Caden Nance as he advances the runner. Is now standing at first base.
Yeah, great work right there in that at bat by Caden Nance. Exactly what I was talking about. Waiting out on that fastball. We saw him kind of lose a little bit of control. I think both balls in that at bat coming off the off-speed pitch. You had Slade Bird, like we mentioned, kind of getting in his head, jumping around over there at second base, maybe throwing off his release point, and then he comes in on a 2-2 count with a fastball and does exactly what he needed to.
Well, these guys have been waiting around 2 hours to play this game, and Carolina Prime is primed to do some damage here. These guys are jumping all over William King to start things off. Runners taking off for second. He will be in easily as he scoots across the turf. Real
close to 90 on the radar gun right there. 89.8 on that ball.
Which would be a new high for William King, so we'll see if he's able to. We're not rounding up. He's got to earn that 90.
Oh, yeah.
Baseball president Sean Duncan likes to say the bell should ring every time a pitcher hits 90 mile an hour here at LakePoint Sports.
There'd be a lot of bells in the summer.
That's right. Well, it's like
might get a little tired of it during
right.
some things like NPI,
yep.
17U
That's
World
right.
Series, maybe or 17U National Championships rather, but maybe that ring would get a little annoying.
Well, a la It's a Wonderful Life. Every time a bell rings, a recruit gets his wings. That's going to be a way. Bird's coming home, and the throw is going to take out the pitcher William King, but Slade Bird in there for the first run.
89.9. He's getting there.
He is so close to 90. I know you got it in you, William King.
And I know he looked back at that and said, "Oh, okay, I'm gonna turn it up on the next one."
All right, so the wild pitch scores Slade Bird. 3-0 is the count to Ben Fussell, the Mercer commit. 2022 junior feature gamer out of Coffee County. Coffee Boys, as they're so affectionately known on social media. 3-0. That's down the middle for a strike.
And you already got Caden Nance on third base. No outs in this 3-0 count, or 3-1. So Ben Fussell's got a big spot here to maybe start blowing things up in the first inning.
Comes King with a 3-1. Swing and a miss.
That one had
89-1.
Some good vertical drop to
Sure
it.
did. Count now full to Fussell. 1-0 lead for Carolina Prime as Slade scored on the wild pitch. Got him with a K, 78-4, so we've now seen quite the speed differential here out of William King as he gets his first strikeout.
Yeah, that was good work right there. You're definitely, with 3 balls on you, you're definitely expecting to see a fastball most likely, but with how this team's been waiting around on the fastball, you bring in some off speed, and it definitely worked out to your advantage right there with the punch out.
From one Mercer commit to another here is Grayson Fletcher out of Lowndes, 5'10", 165-pounder. That's going to get away. The runner's going to take off for home as the skirts away from the catcher. Nobody could make a play on that ball at all, and now we see Caden Nance score, makes it 2-0 Carolina Prime with 1 down here in the first.
Yeah, definitely just an unlucky bounce. Kind of didn't really get all that much of a bounce off the backstop, and then it just kind of kept rolling, and catcher just couldn't find it.
Yeah, frustrating start, I'm sure, for William King as you've scored 2 runs off of wild pitches. So they've been able to get to him for a couple hits, but we have not seen real damage done at the plate. Skies that. First baseman tracks. That's going to go foul. So I guess what I'm saying is if you're William King, you don't feel that they're really getting to you too much because you've seen some abnormalities happen here that have scored a couple runs, and I'm sure he can work his way back into this as he's managed to strike out.
Yeah, I think, after the first 2 bats, you're maybe more thinking about, how am I going to attack the pitch sequences after it was pretty obvious, they got what they were waiting for.
Yep.
And then now it kind of seems like he's prioritizing maybe trying to make it unhittable. And I think that's something where you kind of have to battle with, find the fine middle ground between good pitch sequences and still making your pitches hittable and hitting the strike zone.
Misses on the curve. The count is now 1-1. Excuse me, 2-1. It's the fastball in the corner. It's going to run it to 2-2, 88.8.
Yeah, that's a great pitch. Let him know that you can hit that spot at 88.8, and his best chance is to send one over the first baseman if he wants a hit on that.
See what King has for Fletcher here on the 2-2. Misses as he tries to go back to the same spot. Seen a game plan here of him trying to stay away from these batters, living on that outside of the plate. He goes back to it on the full count. Seemingly tries to get that spot again, but he misses and walks in Grayson Fletcher, excuse me. And here is Miles Barbary.
Yeah, I think now for King, it's really just about hitting the zone. It's, the first 2, like we talked about, they were sitting waiting on it, and then started to get to that, you can't get the control, you get to wild pitches. And I will point out, it's still you still got some high moisture in the air, so you're not going to have a perfect grip on that baseball either. Looks like first baseman's going to try and do some of the work.
Yeah, has to get out of the way of the base runner as he's making his way down to the bag.
Oh, get the tag up to second as well.
Nice job by first baseman Chase Charles there, player of the game from last time we had East Cobb Patriots coming through defensively there, but Carolina Prime has taken a 2-0 lead. We'll move on to the second inning when we can come back from LakePoint Sports.
At Academy Sports and Outdoors, you'll always find more fun with great brands at the best prices. More of this, and this. So you can get together for a little of that, and a lot more of that. And even some of that, and that's good. Have more fun with great brands at the best prices. Only at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Matthew Ogswalla continues on the mound for Carolina Prime, who has a 2-0 lead over East Cobb Patriots in our game of the day from the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. Cory McCartney along with Grayson Rosen, and we will see Chase Charles, Gavin Barr, and Nathan Taxi at the plate for East Cobb Patriots as we open up the second inning of our action. Ogswalla did not allow a hit in his first inning of work. We'll see what he has in store here for East Cobb Patriots.
Yeah, interested to see what we get out of Ogswalla. We definitely saw a great showing for the first inning and showed a good ability of coming back in the at-bats and just fighting for it. So see if he can come back. Already got 2 strikeouts. So
yeah, I was way too excited to see Chase Charles as I was looking down and unfortunately bypassing Harrison Fifthall, who's now at the plate out of Westminster High School. Fifthall, outfielder and right-handed pitcher, 2026, stands 6'2", 175 pounds, playing in his 8th prep baseball event. Launches that in for a strike.
There's just something so nice about that release point. I don't know what it is, but it's fun to watch.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm saying if the secondary was a slider, you think about, and you could throw from that same arm angle, how much more difficult it would be, especially for a right-hander to deal with.
Yeah, you definitely would be talking about the tunneling that he brings to the table when he's releasing a slider and a fastball from the same angle.
It's interesting always, I think, to talk about with young pitchers about the concept of tunneling and how you learn to make that a big part of the weapon. It's like you can learn to throw, you know, a curveball if you've got an arm angle like this, but if you can throw something that looks the same and you can really make that. I mean, think about when you watch Clayton Kershaw go through his pregame machinations, he's out there miming pitching. He's not even, doesn't even have a ball in his hand. He's just making sure everything looks like it's coming out of the same release point. And obviously, you watch Pitching Ninja and all the stuff that he does. How many of these guys can bring that to the table as that's going to get past Ogwalla, go to second to throw to first in time for the out. Nice recovery there by second baseman as that got past the pitcher. But just the concept of pitch tunneling and how that's becoming so much bigger of a factor up and down the different age levels in baseball. But yeah, you get to the point where everybody can hit velocity. It's like, what can you do to take a guy out of the mental game at the plate? And pitch tunneling can certainly take things to a new level.
Yeah, and I think you can draw some comparisons between Ogswalla and Chris Sale in the way that they're trying to move their bodies on the mound, and that's one of the things that Chris Sale does at an elite level is he disguises his pitches as whatever he wants to throw, and it works to his advantage. He's probably going to be the NL Cy Young winner when this postseason is all said and done. So, we'll have to see. But with Ogswalla, I think that is a big asset of his. Is just it's an unpredictable arm angle, and whether they know or not what he has to offer, he could kind of just surprise you at any time.
Chase Charles is now at the plate. He's got a 1-2 count. Lambert High School 2025, again, was our player of the game last time we had them. Was also at Georgia Senior Games in August. This is the 15th prep baseball event for him.
And there's that
half-hearted swing. Yeah, gets him with a sword, and he goes down on strikes.
Seems like Ogswalla is looking at finesse would be the word to describe what we've seen thus far.
He's got 2 down in the inning. He's now facing off against Gavin Barr. Gavin, the second of the 2 ranked players on this East Cobb Patriots team, over 300 overall in the class, 44th ranked shortstop in Georgia. Barr out of Mary Persons High School.
Close on the outside with the change of it looked like.
Puts that one in play. It's going to be away from the third baseman as it glances off of his glove, and we'll have a 2-out base runner. 68.4 off the bat, so not necessarily a hard hit ball on its way to Kason Fletcher, but glances off of his glove, and we will now have Nathan Taxi at the plate with 1 on and 2 down.
Interested to see if we'll see some aggressiveness on the base paths from East Cobb Patriots. We saw it in the first inning, first base runner they sent him on the second pitch. There's the throw.
Oh, the throw is going to get away from the first baseman. Yeah, hits off of his helmet, hits off of the fence as well. So now they've got a runner at second. As Chase Charles makes his way to the bag.
I guess it worked to his advantage that he just got pelted in the head, but
well, we wanted to see what the throw over
Yeah.
from first looked like from Ogswalla. And
it was a little off course.
yeah.
Lucked out, though, that it didn't bounce off the helmet and go over the fence. He'd be standing on third base right now.
That miss is going to make it 1-0. Mentioned Gavin Barr at second base, being from Mary Persons. Mary Persons, of course, home of Brady Chrisman, who's another Georgia Southern commit. We've seen Brady here a time or two as a part of the feature games team for Georgia last summer. It's been his summer here in 2024, playing for Game On. Brady always been kind enough to do a lot of media with us. We mic'd him up this summer. Comes a 1-1. Swing and a miss, 79.5.
Yeah, Ogswalla in this at-bat's doing a good job of just putting the pitches over the plate. I think if you're any East Cobb Patriots player, you don't really know what you're waiting for with how he's been going throughout this game. So just kind of got to hope and pray that you can put the bat on something.
Yeah, it's an uncomfortable at bat. Nathan Taxi's got a 1-2. Skies that one back foul. Taxi from Lee County High School here in Georgia. 7th prep baseball event for him. 6'1", 167-pounder. Should Taxi get on, it'll be Alex Bemis. Taxi the EH today and Bemis the XH.
Good work by Taxi to hold off on that breaking ball.
Two 2-0 the lead for Carolina Prime. Runner in scoring position for East Cobb Patriots, looking to eat into this lead with 2 down in the inning. It's going to run the count full. Carolina Prime thought they were going to be out of this inning with Gavin Barr hitting a grounder to third base, but glances off the third baseman's glove into the outfield, and then wild throw over to first base, and suddenly he's standing at second. Taxi skies this into left field. Center fielder comes over and makes the catch. As seemingly the sun's now an issue. Went from the fog being an issue to now the sun with no clouds being the issue here at Emerson, Georgia. But 2-0 continues to be the lead for Carolina Prime. We will be back with the Prep Baseball Fall Classic.
The Windscreen Factory, more than just windscreen. We're a full-service sports facility contractor. We manufacture windscreen for sports and construction, do fence repair and installation, and fabricate field netting and batting cages. In addition to manufacturing the products, we also install upon request. We make safety padding for backstops, rails, and walls, as well as full-service print shop with logo, branding, and signage capabilities. Please call us for a quote today.
Welcome back. 2-0 is the lead for Carolina Prime as we roll along in our game of the day from the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. Cory McCartney, Grayson Rosen with you. William King continues on the mound for East Cobb Patriots. He'll be facing off against Tyson Brazington, Landon Fowler, and Noah Burnham for Carolina Prime. So we go on to the bottom of the second inning. Playing an hour, 45-minute games today as we're going to try to condense things a little bit after the 2-hour fog delay. So sometimes we've had time be an issue here. Last game we had during the the championship game for the underclass Fall World Series on Monday, we breezed through that game and time was not an issue. But I think it's going to be something to watch here as we nearly 30 minutes into this and not through 2 innings.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see what we get out of this bottom of the second here for William King. The first inning obviously didn't go his way, as you see the 2 runs on the scoreboard, but just trying to kind of piece things back together here in his second inning.
He's got Tyson Brazington, the Charleston Southern commit at the plate out of May River High School in South Carolina, the top-ranked utility player in Carolina in 2025, 59th overall in the class. King delivers, sends that one back foul. 14th prep baseball event for Tyson, 5'9", 160-pounder out of May River High School.
And was the center fielder that recorded that last out in the last inning, so looking to continue making an impact. Long wait there by William King to get time called.
Yeah, Brazington also a catcher when it says utility, it literally means utility because he's playing center field today, and he's also a catcher, so this kid can play everywhere.
Very impressive. Kind of the only guy I can even think of that does it is Dalton Varsho.
Yeah.
I'm sure Isaiah Kiner-Falefa probably has found himself in center field before as well.
Well, Charlie Culberson used to be the emergency catcher for the Braves, and he could play pretty much everywhere.
True.
And he also
got on the
came
mound.
Yeah, tried to relaunch his career as a relief pitcher. That's in for a strike.
Yeah, he's a guy we've had up here a number of times, and just recently announced his retirement.
Yep, Charlie would do his off-season training here, so it would run into him quite a bit. He also hosted his baseball camp here a couple times. Last time he did, he brought out special guest Michael Harris II, which was a pretty big hit, as you can imagine, with the Metro Atlanta kids.
Yeah, sure.
It's going to make it 1-2.
Yeah, and then obviously Charlie Culberson's baseball team, his travel organization, spent plenty of time here in the spring and the summer.
Yeah, Charlie's dad primarily runs that program, but I'm thinking now that Charlie's playing days are over, we'll see him a lot more active in that regard.
Definitely a legend of this area.
Yeah, back when he first arrived at Braves camp when we were down there in Disney Wide World of Sports, of course everyone says, God, he looks just like Dansby. So I ended up doing a video with him between, a la Zach Galifianakis says, between two ferns, we did between two bats, where I interviewed him as if he was Dansby, and he was unaware that he was being interviewed. And then at the end of the interview, they came over and told me Dansby was ready. So then I had to be bewildered that I wasn't talking to Dansby for the last 5 minutes. But Charlie was always a good sport about that stuff.
Do you think that was one of your best acting performances?
It was pretty good. I thought, I thought so. That one goes foul. That was a fun era. The Braves weren't always winning during that time period, but they were certainly a lot of fun. Guys like Tukey Toussaint and Mike Soroka, Colby Allard used to do a lot of fun stuff with us in my Fox Sports days.
We could just start naming names from that
That's
time
right.
period.
Yeah, that's
and,
right.
and there would probably be, I'd say 75% of the people watching this right now had no idea who we're talking about.
Walk to Brazington. That's going to bring up Landon Fowler. Fowler, the DH today, and he's the second of the Clemson commits on this team. Third-ranked right-handed pitcher in South Carolina, number 6 overall. Nationally, he's 62nd at the position, 198 overall. And I say he's a right-handed pitcher in his rankings, able to work the fastball up to 91. He also has exit velos at 98.4 and a bat speed of 71.2 for the 2023 future gamer. So
doing it all.
Yeah, and proceed with caution. William King here against this 6'4", 200-pounder out of Powdersville High School in South Carolina.
Yeah, we just saw William King go through a pretty long at-bat with Tyson Brazington, maybe looking to pick up the pace here on the second one.
Yeah, King's already up to 30 pitches.
Yeah, and we had those 2 early disengagements in the at-bat that kind of delayed things as well.
So he got a 2-hour delay, right? So
yeah.
How did he keep the arm fresh during a 2-hour delay to be able to come back out here?
You often, especially at the major league level, you almost never see a guy end up coming back out. Whoever was scheduled to start unless you get a pretty early weather delay call, then maybe a guy stays in. But I think they were fortunate that it wasn't a traditional weather delay in which we started the game and then they get pulled, because then you typically don't see a guy return to the game. But I think for William King, it was just about kind of got to re-psyche yourself back up. 2 hours later, it's a tough task.
Well, the one thing you can say is that Matthew Ogswalla had to deal with it as well. So
Exactly.
It was not just a William King delay.
It is a two-way street.
But had to be difficult nonetheless as he got himself up for a start that was delayed by 2 hours. Another mishap there.
Oh,
that's going all the way back to the wall.
Running.
Yeah, Brazenton going all the way to third base.
Great work.
Yep, and we have seen Carolina Prime take advantage of the opportunities they've been presented with some pitches that have gotten away behind the plate there for East Cobb Patriots.
This is looking a lot like how we saw last inning go for William King. So I think right back to prioritizing hitting the zone. We've already seen the velo go down a little bit. You can tell he's prioritizing control. Just got to start hitting the zone. There it is.
Swing and a miss. So 2-2 is the count to Fowler. Got a runner at third base who reached via a walk and has now worked his way over off the wild pitch.
Close one. A great competitive off-speed pitch there on the outside half of the zone.
Certainly a rarity when you see a batter take 2 bases off of a wild pitch, but that's exactly what we saw out of Tyson Brazenton, who was not letting up as he reached second and just trucked into third.
Almost didn't slow down at all. Rounding second.
Full count. Fowler swings through that, and he goes down on strikes. Big pitch there from William King.
Yeah, that was great work by William King. We saw him get that second strike on something a little bit more inside in the middle half of the zone, and then you see him working off speed outside, was super close to hitting his spot, and then brings up some high heat up and in and gets the strikeout. Much needed.
So that's going to bring up Noah Burnham.
It's a check swing that kind of launched off the bat at 88 mile per hour pitch, kind of launched off and went well foul.
Burnham from Lowndes High School in Florida, not Lowndes, Georgia, 5'9", 180-pounder.
Interesting. I wonder if he lives in Florida and goes to Lowndes. They are real close.
That is true. That's a dribbler up the middle. Shortstop gathers, throws.
Great
scoop.
work.
Yeah, great scoop at first, but a run is going to score. It's going to make it 3-0. But certainly hats off to first baseman Chase Charles there. Another strong defensive play for him. We saw him get the inning-ending double play, and now he has a fantastic scoop to get the second out. But we did see Carolina Prime get their third run as Tyson Brazenton crossed the plate.
William King goes back to the shoelaces. Maybe double knot him this time.
It could almost be like Nomar Garciaparra used to mess with his batting gloves all the
Could
time
be.
as a fixation. It could just be something he does mindlessly.
I do want to give a shout out to Daniel Tompkins as well on that ground out there by shortstop. He fielded that ball kind of like directly behind second base, so definitely covering some ground. Sends that one foul.
King sets. There's the throw to Burnham. It's going to miss outside. Make the count 1-1. After Burnham is Eli Wood and then Henry Wood. Now 2-1. Now go back to the conversation from last inning. If you're William King, you're looking at a deficit on the scoreboard, but it does not feel as though you've been batted around.
No, I think, for him, I think he's pretty well aware that he's not hitting the zone at the rate he'd like to, but you definitely shouldn't feel too discouraged with the runs you allowed.
throw to first is going to be in time to get out of it, but Carolina Prime has taken a 3-0 lead. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back from LakePoint Sports.
So yeah, outrage is trending. Our feed's stirring us up, splitting us up. What if we came out from behind our walls and keyboards just for a sec and just go yard? Front yard. Come out bagging, jumping, check on that Johnsonville feed. Let our individual flavors blend together. Yes, block nobody, block party. Keep it juicy.
The Windscreen Factory, more than just windscreen. We're a full-service sports facility contractor. We manufacture windscreen for sports and construction, do fence repair and installation, and fabricate field netting and batting cages. In addition to manufacturing the products, we also install upon request. We make safety padding for backstops, rails, and walls, as well as full-service print shop with logo, branding, and signage capabilities. Please call us for a quote today.
We have a 3-0 lead for Carolina Prime in our game of the day from the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. You see Matthew Ogswalla going through his warm-up pitches, and he's going to be facing off against Alex Bemis. Yeah, Alex Bemis, then William King and Aiden Lee. It says C. Bemis on the scoreboard, which there are 2 Bemises on this East Cobb Patriots team. The other one, oh no, it was John Bemis and Alex Bemis. So not quite sure where the C came from, but nonetheless, our scoreboard maybe not up to the moment here, but we will have Alex Bemis and William King and then Aiden Lee in for a strike.
Good pitch right there by Ogswalla to get his 3rd inning started.
Yeah, still looking for the first hit for East Cobb Patriots here in the top of the 3rd.
Did he go?
Check swing.
We don't know.
I'm going to say no because we didn't get a strike call. 1-1.
All right.
Swing and a miss.
He went on that one. I can assure you of that.
So that's strike 2.
Got a 1-2 count, I think. I believe it's 1-2.
2-2.
2-2 now.
We're as surprised as anybody back here watching the workings from behind the plate.
I think there was a
well, that's one. Yeah, that's in play. Nice throw on the run. Oh, it gets away from the first baseman as he swipes at it.
Yeah, tough bounce right there.
Throw on the run from Ben Fussell and unable to gather it as Eli would.
Yeah, it seemed like a bit of an uncomfortable release by Fussell running across. Just didn't quite get out of his hand the right way and ended up bouncing past his first baseman. It's a tough one to play.
So they're counting that as an error, so still technically looking for the first hit for East Cobb Patriots, despite the fact that they have a leadoff base runner. Animated conversation from Ogswalla.
A lot of moving his arm around. I'm not sure what that meant. I couldn't quite read the body language there, but
maybe he talks with his hands.
Maybe. He was really he was using everything. Shoulder, elbow, a little more than just like a normal.
Yep. Can you cause Tommy John talking with your hands?
If you're aggressive enough, I think you could. Ask some guys in the league, and they'd tell you anything could cause it.
That's right. William King at the plate. That's in for a strike. The opposing pitcher.
It is refreshing to get to see the pitcher at the plate nowadays.
Yeah, certainly a rarity. Miss arm side. It's now 1-1 to King. Alex Bemis at first base. King skies that foul. It's going to make it 1-2. Next pitch for Ogswalla will be his 40th. It's now full.
And on that pitch, it seemed like he was he almost didn't bend over his hip, and so that side arm angle ended up making him throw upwards. Something that you really have to perfect when you throw at that kind of arm angle is you have to know your release point exactly, or you're definitely going to be prone to some wild pitches.
So King stays alive as he sends that one back foul. Ogswalla delivers. One's going to miss low. So now the count is full. The pink jerseys for Carolina Prime and the Sun making it nearly impossible to read it in our cameras.
Yeah.
Looks as though they're wearing plain shirts, at least from the front.
Yeah, it's a hard visual from this angle we've got.
Comes the 3-2. He's going to miss, so now going to have runners at first and second, but still not an official hit yet for East Cobb Patriots. But they got something working here with nobody out in the top of the third.
Let's see if we're going to get a courtesy runner or not for William King.
I think we may be. Here he comes. It's going to be Zach Bass going over to first base to run for King.
King did his job here on the offensive side, and now he's got to get ready to go back on the mound. Hopefully some runs will be put on the board for him.
So he gives way to Bass out of Harrison High School, and now we'll have runners at first and second. So we get Aiden Lee at the plate. Aiden Lee from Westminster High School, 2026. 5'8", 140-pounder in his fourth prep baseball event. He's got a chance to make some noise here for East Cobb Patriots, looking to work their way back into this one, trailing 3-0 here in the top of the third, but there are 2 on and nobody out. Ogswalla misses inside as he skies to get that offering from the catcher.
Yeah, Ogswalla definitely right now maybe the shakiest he's looked just yet, but I think go back to trying to pound the zone with the fastball.
Another miss.
Yeah, good time to get out there and have a conversation with him. Seems like maybe based on that earlier arm conversation that we saw, maybe it's a little bit of irritation that's causing him to be a little bit more inconsistent with his release point.
All right, well, some words of encouragement from Noah Burnham behind the plate. If he's calmed Ogswalla down. 3-0, 3-0, excuse me, is the count. 3-0 is the score. Runners at first and second.
Certainly seen some lengthy innings up to this point.
There he goes, settles that one in for a strike.
Already 48 minutes into this game, still in the top of the third with no outs.
Swings through that to run the count full.
Just had to have a quick chat, and all of a sudden things turn around.
Strikeout would be big for Ogswalla here. Again, he's got nobody out and 2 on. Full count. Swings through it, and he gets himself the strikeout.
It's a fantastic rebound right there by Ogswalla.
So Aiden Lee goes down on strikes, and here is catcher Caden Hunter, the number 11 here, last in the order for East Cobb Patriots. So big AB as the top of the order looms for the Patriots. Back pick throw to first.
Safe.
Not in time. Leadoff man Daniel Tompkins in the on-deck circle. Only a storyline here is how much Ogswalla is able to rebound, or if he continues to labor again, you mentioned we saw the conversation with him and his coach, and he seemingly was very animated in something with his left arm. So whether it was talking about an irritation or whether something was bothering him, nonetheless, he proceeded to issue a walk after that, but he has bounced back and got himself a strikeout. But now we're seeing a few more struggles in this AB.
Yeah, I
and
think having. Oh, go ahead.
There is an action in the bullpen, as you can see there in the right-hand corner. So Carolina Prime covering themselves should he continue to struggle. Ogbala down the middle for a strike.
Got a 2-2 count. We had a reset on the scoreboard, but 2-2 is what our umpire signals for us.
Hunter swings through that, goes down on strikes, and now it's back to the top of the order and Daniel Tompkins. These Cobb Patriots certainly do not want this opportunity to slip through their fingers as they trail 3-0 here in the top of the third. They had 2 on with nobody out, but now back-to-back strikeouts from Ogbala. He holds. Did he go? He did.
Home plate makes the call on that one.
Ogbala looking to work himself out of a jam.
I want to give some credit to Noah Burnham behind the plate. He's been a brick wall back there. It's a big part of why East Cobb Patriots haven't been able to capitalize on aggressiveness on the base paths, is that Burnham is certainly a force back there that you do not want to mess with.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've seen some miscues behind the plate lead to runs for for the Carolina Prime. We saw 1-run score off of a ground out, but the other 2 have come off of wild pitches.
Yeah, I think Burnham kind of lucked out, kind of asserting his dominance there in the first inning with that throw down to third that he got the out on. Oh, a close one right
tries
there.
to pull that down, but does not work. So the count's now 2-2. 2-1, excuse me.
2 or 3. Couldn't quite tell. Sun was shining on our umpire's fingers as well. Looks like it was 3-1.
Well, nonetheless, going to make his way down to first base, and the bases are now loaded. So we move over to Tyson Dawson, the number 2 hitter. Can Matthew Ogbala work his way out of a bases-loaded jam and keep East Carolina. You see the words East and Carolina together on our scoreboard, but keep the East Cobb Patriots off the scoreboard. Well, the Patriots been looking for an opportunity. They still do not have a hit, but they have an opportunity to get that first run with Tyson Dawson and then Gabe Westry in the on-deck circle.
Good
gets
work
away,
once again.
Gets away from Burnham, but ball's not going anywhere.
Seems like Ogbala is just a little bit more comfortable pitching out of the windup.
Well, he's going to go back to it. He's got a 1-1 count. Slings that in. They tried to steal home, but the ball got away from him.
Oh, man. That is...
Wow, we had a attempted steal of home. The catcher drops the ball, so we have a run score for East Cobb Patriots. It's now 3-1.
That was super weird. It seemed like Burnham behind the plate had a just fine grasp, and Gavin Barr, I believe who it was, that was running in. Who was that coming in from?
I believe that was Alex Bemis.
Alex Bemis just wasn't really coming in fast, slid ahead of the plate, and somehow got fortunate enough to knock the ball out of the glove of Burnham.
Well, it's 3-1. Dawson puts that into play. That's dropping down for the first base hit for East Cobb Patriots. Here comes another run. It's now going to be 3-2 as Tyson Dawson comes through with the RBI single.
I think everybody on Carolina Prime was just a little bit confused about how that run even scored in the first place. And then you see just capitalizing on momentum for East Cobb Patriots. All of a sudden, it's a one-run game.
Well, maybe momentarily shell-shocked, but nonetheless, East Cobb Patriots able to capitalize. We wondered when are they going to take advantage of something, and they took advantage of a drop ball at home plate on a attempted straight steal at home, and that's going to be it for Matthew Ogswalla after he gives up his first hit. And now is down 3-2 is now the score. These Cobb Patriots have worked their way back into this one.
Yeah, definitely not a bad day at all for Ogswalla on the mound. 2.2 innings. 5 strikeouts. He ended up allowing that run there, but
just one hit.
Yeah, just one hit, and it was that very last one to come through. So, if I'm Ogswalla, I'm certainly not hanging my head in the dugout, but unfortunate that you leave the game allowing 2 runs there in that last at bat, really.
Yeah, a game, honestly, you think about, 4 of these runs have been scored just really off of stuff that the pitchers did not have a lot of control over. We've had a couple wild pitches and now a drop by the catcher on an attempted steal of home for another run. We've only seen 1 run score off of an actual hit, and we saw another off of a sacrifice grounder.
Looks like we got number 25 is warming up right now. We don't have a 25 on the roster.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe somebody changed numbers ahead of today's action, missing from the submitted roster that we have in place. See if we can get word on who is pitching for Carolina Prime. But we will have Gabe Westry at the plate for East Cobb Patriots. And what is now a 3-2 ball game. Waiting for our scoreboard to update because we did have, again, a run score off of an attempted steal at home. The ball was dropped by the catcher, and then an RBI single from Tyson Dawson.
Maybe one of the weirder plays I've seen was that drop ball at home. It almost seemed like it happened in slow motion.
Yeah, and honestly, the way we're watching, too, to see him kind of just scoot in from the side there, and I think it took everybody off guard. And then to have, Burnham, who's just been, as you mentioned previously, just been a rock behind the plate, and the ball just somehow got away from him. It's almost just shot out of his glove.
Yeah.
But there are now 2 runners on for Gabe Westry. Westry from Decatur High School. 5th prep baseball event for, again, the 16th ranked first baseman in Georgia in the class of 2025. Remains uncommitted. 6', 195-pounder. Chance to even things up. A miss high. Just a rocket off of his bat, and that's on its way into left field. Looks like that was hauled in, though, for an out, but it's a 3-2 ball game now as East Cobb Patriots able to take advantage. Now a 1-run game as we roll along in our game of the day from the Prep Baseball Fall Open. We'll be back from LakePoint Sports.
First one I picked up, I just liked it the best. And like I said, I tried a lot of different companies, a lot of different models, and I fell in love with Old Hickory for sure.
Welcome back to LakePoint Sports. Cory, McCartney, Grayson, Rosen with you in our game of the day from the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. Prep Baseball Fall Classic?
Yes.
Prep Baseball Fall Classic. We do so many of these tournaments, sometimes the names just run together. We just had the upper class and the underclass Fall World Series. This is the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. William King is on the mound for East Cobb Patriots. They came back with 2 runs in the 3rd inning. One of them off the bat of Tyson Dawson, and the other off of one of the odder plays that we have seen in a long time here at LakePoint Sports, as we saw a straight steal of home that looked like it was a sure out at the plate, but the ball got away from the catcher after he seemingly applied the tag, and we now have a 1-run ball game.
Now we have Henry Wood at the plate trying to rekindle the fire that Carolina Prime had to start this game.
Ball gets away from the catcher on that swing. It's going to be 0-1, and Slade Bird will follow by Caden Nance. In the 0-1 from King, his 43rd pitch of the day is a strike. So very quickly, Henry Wood finds himself in an 0-2 hole.
Yeah, quickly hasn't been a word we've gotten to use too often today.
Yeah,
so.
bottom of the
We'll
3rd, and we have less than an hour of game time left. And what is going to be a strict hour 45 time limit, as we have got a lot of games to fit in today after a 2-hour fog delay.
Yeah, we're looking at about 43 minutes on the clock as it stands. So at this rate, we might make it to the 4th inning.
That miss makes it 1-2. 1 hit for East Cobb Patriots, 2 hits for Carolina Prime. One, 2 from King. Gets away from his catcher. Is
surely held back there.
Yeah, going to make it 2-2.
If you're William King, I feel like, you're coming off that last inning where you drew a walk that ended up being a huge part of this game, and then your courtesy runner ended up coming around to score on that single. So if you're William King, you certainly did your part in trying to rekindle this, or really kindle the first fire for this team, and now you got to back it up on the mound.
Misses with the curveball, and the count's now going to be full. Last inning, he issued a leadoff walk, and we saw that become a run for Carolina Prime as Tyson Brazington turned a wild pitch into 2 bases. Count full to Wood. Slips that in stride for the strikeout. William King gets himself a K to start things off here in the 3rd.
That was a beautifully placed pitch. You see, we already kind of talked about how the velo's come down a little bit since that 1st inning, and I think a big part of that is just trying to harness your control here, but still 86, showing some decent velo and obviously getting it done.
Back to Slade Bird in the top of the order.
Definitely had Slade Bird thinking about putting bat to ball there, but I think if we're judging off of Bird's first at bat here, he's waiting on a fastball.
Three strikeouts so far for King. Also issued a couple walks.
Got a 1-1 count now.
Bird 1 for 1. Singled in his first at bat, as did number 2 hitter Caden Nance. King fires, sends that one back foul.
Seems like William King knows exactly what Slade Bird is waiting for, not showing him the heat whatsoever. He knows that he made that mistake the first time around and doesn't want it to happen again.
Slade Bird out of Hilton Head Christian Academy. I asked him, I said, you know, we all go to Hilton Head for vacation. What do people in Hilton Head do to get away? And he said, well, it gets pretty crowded down there. That one goes back foul. He's like, but they go to the beach too. So
fair. I guess if you live at the beach, you really don't have to go anywhere necessarily.
You go to another beach.
Yeah, there's plenty of beaches down the coast of South Carolina
a
and
beach that's not
into
your
Georgia.
Beach.
Yeah,
a beach that's not your beach is a vacation, even if you live at the beach.
That is true.
So 2-2's the count to Bird.
Really close.
Yeah,
pitch
just
right
misses
there.
that. It's going to run it full. Mentioned him being part of Team South Carolina for the future games. I asked him, what friendships were kind of built for you on that South Carolina team? He said Taj Marchand was a guy that he really enjoyed.
Good one to connect with. They've had a number of guys on that team, of course, including Slade Bird, that have announced their commitments to some pretty big programs from around the nation. We had Ethan Offing from that team commit to Clemson, I think about a month back. So definitely a team with a lot of talent and a state just full of talent.
Yeah, it's hard not to get kind of caught up after we spend so much time with these guys at the feature games to get excited for them in their commitments, just because you know how tough the environment is and you know the expectations and all those coaches and you know them all coming together just for a chance to kind of show out and get their names out there. That's when it's going to skip away, and Bird will make his way down with a 1-out walk.
I think Bird even thought was, you know, maybe let's think for 2 there in case the catcher doesn't really hustle to the ball. We've got a pitchers meeting that we'll have with our head coach here for East Cobb Patriots. But yeah, I think with future games, you know, in the recruiting environment, it's just getting tougher and tougher every single year. And obviously we had the big rule changes that allowed, you know, a lot more 2026s to be uncommitted come future games. So I think with that, it's just it's kind of a new process as we continue to go year by year.
Well, we just saw the exit of William King as he hands the ball off. Did not anticipate he was already going to be exiting this game, but he does after 2 1/3 innings. Allowed 2 hits, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. Some intel here on our new pitcher for East Cobb Patriots.
Looks like Tyler Charles, number 14.
So Tyler Charles from Lambert High School. Brother of Chase Charles, 6 foot, 175 pound, 2027. Kind of with a fastball around 75, curveball 58 to 60. Sitting right around that seemingly on these warm-up pitches. Seen him at 73 so far. This is his 4th prep baseball event. A quick leg kick. Almost like a karate kick, you know. He's like, we're gonna take some pieces of plywood out there and see if we can get Tyler Charles to break him in half for us.
An aggressive step forward down the mound.
Yeah, that's in case anybody tries to mug him on the way out. He's got something ready for him.
Yeah, and a strong like knee lift
as
well. Pitcher we mentioned earlier, Clayton Kershaw, kind of the opposite of Clayton Kershaw's very slow movement with his knee. Tyler Charles, the complete opposite.
He's got to warm up the glutes when he goes out there to pitch. You know, you got to get
Make sure you don't pull something.
That's right. He'll be facing Nance here to start things off. Caden Nance, the number 2 hitter. Nance singled in his first at bat. He's got Slade Bird at first base, 3-2 lead for Carolina Prime.
Some familiar territory for Caden Nance last time he came up. Slade Bird was on first base. No outs, though, in the inning. But we'll see if William King does gives him the same treatment as he gave Slade Bird, which was avoid the fastball if possible.
"1-0 is the count for Tyler Charles in his first pitches of this outing taken over for William King. Runners taken off as Bird's going to be in for the steal. Throw was a little late and got away from the shortstop.
Now we get to see some more antics potentially from Slade Bird here
That's
at
right.
second base. Trying to throw William King off his game, especially with a 2-0 count. Try and get him to issue a walk here.
Yeah, he did that to William King. We'll see what he can do to Tyler Charles. See Bird dancing around. Charles steps off. 2-0 is the count to Nance at the plate. Charles misses. Now 3-0 to Nance. Ben Fussell in the on-deck circle.
Getting a big lead right now from Slade Bird.
Yeah,
at second
he is
base.
getting antsy. That's in for a strike, makes it 3-1.
Now I think you're in a spot for Caden Nance where you might get to see a fastball here with a 3-1 count. He even went off speed on the 3-0, so see if he'll bring one in.
He goes secondary, swings through that to run the count full.
He was definitely looking for the fastball, and then you get the late drop on the curveball,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden you got a emergency swing.
He dropped on the emergency brakes and the count's full. Oh, that one gets away from the catcher. Bird on his way to third base, and we'll have a one-out walk.
Yeah, a full at-bat of off-speed pitches right there from Tyler Charles. Obviously got some intel from William King about how this went the first time around.
Now we got Ben Fussell coming on with 1 out and 2 on. Fussell, again, Coffee County, Mercer commit. 15th ranked shortstop in Georgia, 56th overall in the class, 5'9", 165-pounder.
I think we can expect that Caden Nance is going to try and get the double play out of play as soon as possible.
Yeah, expectation is Nance takes off by the second pitch of this AB. There he goes on the first pitch. The throw is going to be cut off by the second baseman. A little bit of a delay to get over there, too. Could have been trouble.
You see a lot more teams trying to run those kind of almost designed
Yeah.
plays where they're going to cut it off and throw home if that runner at third that runner at third commits to home plate.
Sends that back foul. Slade Bird at third, Caden Nance at second. Ben Fussell at the plate, 1 down. Carolina Prime with a 3-2 lead here in the bottom of the third. That's in for a strike. It's now 1-2. These Cobb Patriots looking to take away any chance for a sacrifice RBI if they can get through this at bat. Sends that back foul.
That was one that might want back because just about got some solid contact on that one and had a chance of really opening the door once again for his side.
Should Fussell get on, then it's Case and Fletcher. Sends that one back foul. Got about 30 minutes of game time left.
Yeah, good work right now by Tyler Charles, just making him swing at just about every offering he's got.
Does have a couple pitches to give, so let's see what he goes to. Goes right down the middle, and that one's sent back foul.
Charles is in a good spot as well with a 1-2 count, forcing these foul balls. He's definitely kind of the ball's in his court right now as he continues to try and wear away at Ben Fussell's patience.
Fussell holds. Did not get him chasing the elevated pitch, so the count's now 2-2. After seemingly the 8th pitch of this AB. It's been on for a while, as we've seen a number of them foul back by Fussell. 2-2 off that quick kick, and he holds. The count's now going to be full. So he had a couple pitches to give, and he indeed did give them, so the count's now going to be full to Fussell. We got 1 out, 2 on. Fussell ropes that one into left field, and that is an absolute missile. Does he get it up against the wall? He does. Slade Bird's taken off for home. Just misses it. Ben Fussell nearly had a 3-run jack, but instead he will settle for a sacrifice as Carolina Prime gets that 4th run to make it 4-2.
That was real close to getting out of here. Caught it just about at the warning track. I think Fussell just maybe got under it just a tad too much, and unfortunate, but you still score the run. You get the sac fly, and you extend your lead to 2 runs.
92.9 off the bat, so Ben Fussell would love to have that moment back for sure, and I'm sure he's going to hear weight room as he makes his way back to the dugout, just missing that home run.
Yeah, a lot of times when you send one to the warning track like that, especially when it screams off the bat at 92, almost 93 miles an hour, you're gonna get some chirps from the guys, but they know that you did your job.
Grayson Fletcher is now at the plate, the Mercer commit out of Lowndes. 63rd ranked player in Georgia in 2026. Primarily shortstop. He's 16th at that position. That misses inside to run it to 1-1.
Caden Nance definitely doing a little bit of the antics that we saw from Slade Bird earlier in the game. It looks like he's holding his batting gloves in his hand, which I think is a interesting move.
Just doesn't want him to go anywhere.
I guess not. Surely he's got pockets on the back of those pants.
Maybe the pants are too tight to get him on.
Could be.
The 2-1, runner's taken off. Skies that one foul.
Luckily this time around there's not 1 out, but that one left play.
So Caden Nance makes his way back to second base. 2-2 is the count here to Grayson Fletcher. Miles Barbary awaits if the inning continues. There's 1 on, 2 out. Taken off for third. Easily takes that bags. There's no attempt at a throw over.
Yeah, great jump right there by Caden Nance. And I think everybody's a little bit more focused on what's happening at the plate right now that we've got a full count here with 2 outs.
Fletcher sends that one foul.
Just making these innings last a little bit longer every
Yeah.
single time. Now looking at about 20 minutes on the game clock.
Yeah, I do not know that we're going to get through 4 innings. And the way Carolina Prime's making these at-bats last, I mean, the 4th inning, it's conceivable they could end it while they're at the plate.
And they stay alive here.
So we'll walk to Grayson Fletcher, and now we've got Miles Barbary.
If Carolina just keeps doing this, we might burn our 25 minutes.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 on for Miles Barbary. Fountain in high school, South Carolina, 4th ranked second baseman, 73rd overall in the class. He's got exit velos near 90 mile an hour, and I'm sure he would love to show that here and pad this Carolina Prime lead. Runners at the corners. Tyler Charles misses high on that first offering to Barbary. Two runs for Carolina Prime in the first inning, and then they have added 1 in the second and 1 in the third for their 4. Meanwhile, we saw 2 runs from East Cobb Patriots in their last AB. Just 1 hit, though, for East Cobb Patriots. We've seen 2, meanwhile, out of Carolina Prime, and they came from Slade Bird and Caden Nance in the first inning. been a seemingly hard to define game to this point. It's been a lot of walks and just abnormalities on the base pass. I think it's the best call it.
It's been rather unpredictable all the way throughout.
Maybe the best secondary pitch that we have seen from Tyler Charles is that's in for strike one on the swing and the miss.
Interesting to see the 3-0 green light, but certainly a strike.
Puts that in play. Second baseman gathers, throws in time to get out of it. 4-2 is the lead for Carolina Prime. We will be back in our game of the day from the Prep Baseball Fall Classic.
Next. Next. Stop.
You got it?
No. Keep going.
Again.
Next. Next.
If you don't pick one.
Oh, you have time. Am I keeping you from your job? Next. I don't even know where I am anymore. Stop.
Do we finally have it?
Let's go back to the beginning.
Are you
Your
joking?
electric future customized. The fully electric Audi Q4 e-tron.
Making every second count. That is how I live. And this is how I hydrate. Body Armor Sport Water. Water for the athlete in all of us.
This is ready to go online. Any questions?
Yeah, I got one. How about the best network imaginable? Let's invent that.
That's what we do here.
Quick survey. Who wants their internet to work pretty much everywhere?
And it needs to run smooth, like super smooth.
Hey, should you be drinking that?
It's decaf.
Because we're busy women.
We don't have time for lag or buffering. Who doesn't want internet that helps AI do your homework even faster?
Come again?
Sorry, what was that?
Introducing the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
4-2 is the lead for Carolina Prime over East Cobb Patriots in our game of the day from the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. Cory, McCartney, Grayson, Rosen with you. We have Harrison Fifthall, Chase Charles, and Gavin Barr at the plate here for East Cobb Patriots as they try to answer Carolina Prime, who added one more run in the bottom of the third to extend their lead back to 2. Just one hit for East Cobb Patriots so far. They can get something going here, starting off with Fifthall from Westminster High School.
We haven't gotten full clarification on the pitcher on the mound at the moment. Do we have a name yet? I know we didn't have one when we first came in.
No, we have still not had any updates on the scoreboard. They have Nelson listed as the pitcher, but there is no Nelson on the roster for Carolina Prime. It's a miss at 79 to start things off to Fifthall. It's a 1-0. It's down the pipe for a strike as he swings through. The 1-1 swings through that, 78-4.
Definitely just throwing some competitive pitches right here and making the East Cobb Patriots work with it.
Working at a brisk pace, too. That's going to run it to 2-2.
Something we can appreciate here in the booth.
Yeah, it has been one of these slower games that we have had in quite some time. Kind of adding to everything as it was delayed 2 hours by a weather delay. As fog was across our fields here early morning, stretched into the 10 o'clock hour. And kind of funny to think that we seemingly should have been done with this game almost 2 hours ago.
Yeah, that's at least what we thought was going to be the case.
Oh, check.
Did that hit him?
It hit his bat as he kind of pulled away from the pitch inside. So that goes foul off of, I don't even know if that was off of the knob or off the right above his hands, but Nonetheless, Harrison Fifthall sends that one down the first base side, and the AB will continue. 1-2 count. Sends that one back foul. Really sends that one back foul.
Yes. Now we're seeing some defensive swings out of Fifthall with the 2 strikes on him. We'll see what he gets out of this one.
1-2 puts that into play. Gathered by second baseman, throw over to first in time for the out.
Good work right there in the infield, just making plays. I think that's something that Carolina Prime has done a pretty good job of throughout this game. Has just been able to, when the ball does come to him, play some pretty solid defense in the infield.
Now got Chase Charles.
We mentioned earlier that the jerseys were extremely hard to read. Their hats are like glowing in the sun.
I think we just had a pitching change, so while we did not get the name of that pitcher for Carolina Prime, he's being replaced. Be interested to know the impetus behind that pitching change, because it did not seem as though we had any issues.
Could be saving a guy for later down the road in this tournament. With it being a short 3-day tournament, these guys keep them down to a pretty low pitch count. You might see them tomorrow.
We're down to about 18 minutes. So I think if you're East Cobb Patriots, it's kind of, let's go, guys. We're running out of time here.
Potentially the pitching change is a time-wasting tactic here by Carolina Prime. You're going to be able to essentially burn 5 minutes off the clock right here with this pitching change, and we still haven't had our pitcher even come out to the field yet. So you're going to burn some time off right here, and we've only got 18 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, we're sitting in just the 4th inning.
Looks like somebody just changed jerseys in the outfield. I don't know what just happened out there. Maybe taking an undershirt off that was getting maybe a little hot as the sun's come out. We're approaching 70 degrees.
Well, we did have a really strange occurrence in a game this summer when a team tried to start a pitcher off pitching right-handed and then insert him later in the game pitching left-handed as though he was a different player.
That's true.
So maybe this version of it is you change jerseys and then, you can be a completely different player.
Could be.
All right, so it's going to be Ben Fussell on the mound for Carolina Prime.
We'd formerly seen him at shortstop, made a couple plays at shortstop for us, and obviously did his thing at the plate. So see what he offers here from the bump.
We've got Fussell with a fastball up to 84. He's got a changeup 75 to 76. Curveball 72 to 76, and also a slider 75-77. '22 junior future gamer, again a Mercer commit. '19th prep baseball event for Ben Fussell. Burnham goes out to, I'm sure, go over the fact that he's got some wristbands on, which are a no-no when you're on the mound.
I'm not sure what that band is on his left arm. I don't think I've seen anybody using PitchCom in this game, but maybe they're just really discreet about it.
So Chase Charles gets the bunt down. Fussell gathers, throws to first in time for the out.
You don't want to test the shortstop.
That's right.
Showing off the reason why he started this game at shortstop, making a great play there, getting that bunt. He was working really fast as well out of the windup. Definitely capitalizing on just kind of keeping the at bat at his own pace. We'll see if he does it again here with his second batter, but good way to start off your day is getting a one pitch out and making a great play in the middle of it.
So the middle infielder by trade comes in relief and shows off the arm for the first out. I think there's a ball on the field from another game. So we've got one down for Gavin Barr.
There's another ball that comes across in front of our pitcher. Get that one turned in. Our umpire's pockets might get full.
That's right. Well, the one good thing about here at LakePoint Sports is you don't have somebody coming over from another game saying, well, that's our ball.
True, unless it's Avery. Avery might come over and ask for his ball back.
Avery Hunt may indeed do that. He is the protector of the baseballs here.
Close one right there.
He told me he thinks we should invest in people whose entire job is to just be around collecting the baseballs, because we would potentially save hundreds of dollars across the year if we didn't have to buy these hundreds of dozens of baseballs that end up coming in.
Some absurd numbers that Avery has thrown out there of baseballs coming into the facility.
I believe he said 600 dozen baseballs that they had come in at the beginning of the season. And we see a walk to Gavin Barr. Now here's Nathan Taxi with one on and two down.
Yeah, and for those out there that aren't buying baseballs by the dozen or haven't before, they're not cheap. Especially when we're talking top-of-the-line game-use baseballs. It's
and custom balls with the Prep Baseball logo on them. I'm sure Mizuno gives them a nice little discount, but they are still expensive.
Yeah.
Nathan Taxi try to get East Cobb Patriots a little bit closer here, as again time is becoming an issue. We got about 13 minutes remaining on the clock. Taxi shows bunt. The throw over from Burnham is not in time.
I think we've talked about this before, but sometimes I think the catchers just want to have a little bit of fun every now and then, just so like, yeah, we'll throw it on to first.
Yeah.
We obviously couldn't see what the lead looked like, but I think some of them just get a little antsy back there and want to get on the action.
Yep. Fussell drops in the curveball, but that's going to miss to make it 2-1. One hit so far for East Cobb Patriots. Nathan Taxi now in a 2-2 count.
Time to see if Ben Fussell can turn it up right here. There it is.
In fact, does. Nathan Taxi goes down on strikes. East Cobb Patriots are going to strand one, and not quite sure why the base runner is laying on his back. Gavin Barr at second base, but Carolina Prime has a 4-2 lead as we move along to the bottom of the fourth inning. We'll be back from LakePoint Sports.
Just burgers? It's just boring. Get your sausage on and keep it juicy.
Boogie woogie jam slam, bust the dialect. I'm the man in command. Come flow with the sounds of the mighty.
LakePoint Sports is partnering with Johnsonville to highlight positive actions, good sportsmanship, and selfless acts associated with the youth sports that we love. Any and everyone is encouraged to share these moments, so whether you're the one who spotted the activity, the one performing the act, or the recipient of the good deed, there is something in it for everyone, and Johnsonville might just reward you for your behavior and or participation. So use the QR code on screen on how to make a submission, or head on over to lakepointsports.com or our social channels for more information, and you can also access a submission form there. And in a moment that exemplifies bringing the positive to the internet, here's CYO Braves Jeremiah McGeechee in a play so good the umpire had to give his appreciation. I do love that Jeremiah McGeechee play. Just a fantastic and athletic play there, without question, at shortstop out of him. Got Tyson Brazington at the plate now for Carolina Prime. He puts that one in play. Third baseman on the run, gathers, throws. Man, nice job at first base on the stretch, but he is going to be safe. So Tyson Brazington standing at first base to start things off for the fourth.
Yeah, that was a great effort right there by Gavin Barr to even make that play from third base. And like you said, a great stretch over there at first and an attempt to get him out, but he was flying down the base paths to make sure he made it and extended this inning a little longer than, or I guess starting this inning to end up maybe running out of time here is certainly a thing that is in question here in the bottom of the fourth.
There are 9 minutes remaining on the clock, and of course, Carolina Prime being the home team and at bat, these Cobb Patriots going to have to work quickly to get themselves another chance at the plate and try to eat into this 4-2 lead. Brazington taking off for second, and that ball is going to be into the outfield. We have seen Brazington cause absolute havoc on the base pass. He stole second, got second and third off a wild pitch during the third inning to get a run.
Now he's going to try and do it again. See if he can find his way to third base, showing bunt.
Yeah, gets the bunt down. Yeah, Brazington taken off for third. The throw over to first is not in time. So,
wow.
Yeah, great job there.
Landon Fowler.
Yeah, Landon Fowler, the Clemson commit, lays down the bunt and finds himself at first base.
We saw his future head coach here earlier this week.
Yeah, Eric Bakich, part of the National Youth Sports Summit that we had here at LakePoint Sports on Tuesday. He's part of a great panel along with C.J. Sampson from Lead.
C.J. Stewart.
C.J. Stewart, I'm sorry. C.J. Sampson is actually a pitcher for USA Prime that plays here during the summertime. Threw a no-hitter here last summer.
Well, both accomplished baseball players at this point, and that's a fantastic hit right there that's going to score their 5th run of the game and get him a double.
Yeah, Noah Burnham's got himself an RBI double along with some fantastic work behind the plate and expands this lead for Carolina Prime here in the 4th.
And Burnham will get his courtesy runner and head back to the dugout knowing that he has now officially made up the run that he allowed earlier in the game.
So the courtesy runner stepping in at second base is going to be Blake Bryant, Clemson commit. Blake's going to be pitching in the next game for Carolina Prime. So Noah Burnham does his job at second base. Yeah, you mentioned he dropped the ball in the third inning there on an attempted steal of home. Looked like they had him dead to rights, but the ball slipped away from him on the tag. If not for that moment, seemingly East Cobb Patriots is scoreless and also probably looking at a no-hitter right now. They just have one official hit. But Noah Burnham made up for it without a doubt with that RBI double to expand the lead to 5-2.
With no outs now, a 3-1 count, runners on second and third. You can only imagine Carolina Prime is probably going to ride out these last 6 minutes here. There's ball 4. It's going to bring up Henry Wood from the bottom of the order to keep things going here for Carolina Prime as they roll through this bottom of the 4th inning.
We're at the bottom of the order here. Henry Wood. Slade Burke could get his third AB, but we'll see if there's only 6 minutes of game time left. 5-2 is the lead for Carolina Prime in our pool play action here from the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. Another run this inning for Carolina Prime, who have not been held scoreless at any point in this game. Third baseman throws in time. Another run scores, though, for Carolina Prime. Make it 6-2. Henry Wood with the sacrifice grounder, but scores another run.
And now just with one out, you bring up the top of the lineup. And, yes, we know the clock is in play, but Slade Bird is not looking to end his day just yet. He's been having a great day so far, 1 for 1 with a hit and a walk and scored twice. So looking to continue his great day at the plate.
The Georgia Southern commit been on base each time so far as he's trying to add another hit. 5 on the day for Carolina Prime. They've out-hit these Cobb Patriots 5-1. Bird puts that in play, and he's got himself an RBI single. 1 run scores. Here comes the throw. Not going to be in time as a 2nd run scores, and Slade Bird's got himself 2 more runs driven in. Makes it 7-2 now here in the 4th.
Quite a day for Slade Bird now. 2 for 2. He's scored twice. He's hit in 2 batters. He's making a claim right now potentially for player of the game. Caden Nance, who has also reached base safely in both of his at-bats, is going to try and continue to run things up here for Carolina Prime up against the clock.
Puts that in play. 3rd baseman, who's been awfully busy with another throw on the run, gets away from the 1st baseman. So we'll see Caden Nance now at 1st.
That's just extremely difficult play to make for Gavin Barr there at 3rd. And
he's had to do it multiple times.
Yeah, he has been busy in this inning. Just a casualty of war.
I was shortchanging Carolina Prime. 8-2 was the lead. They've added 4 runs here in the 4th. 2 off the bat of Slade Bird. Oh, man, sends that foul. Look like he
got a hold on that one.
Sure did. Ben Fussell at the plate, who has come on in relief. Do not think he's going to find himself back on the mound. Down to about 3 minutes remaining, 1 out. Both runners taken off. Throw gets away from the catcher, so they will easily make their way to their new destinations. It must be a slip spot over there at second base, because that's the 2nd time in the last few minutes that we've seen someone kind of bite it over there at second base.
And I think part of it was Slade Bird was very close to rounding 3rd base and heading home. So I think Caden Nance was thinking the same thing. You got to back up my guy and get to second base. But yeah, I think maybe just a bit of a slick spot there between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, we saw Gavin Barr fall down at the end of the 4th inning, the end of the top of the 4th. And now Caden Nance do the same. Ben Fussell at the plate. He's got a 2-1 count, 2 on. Fussell, I think that hit off of his foot.
It's the worst feeling, potentially. I've done it a number of times in my life, fouled a ball off my foot, and it's one of the worst things. You can't avoid it. You're not going to be able to get your foot out of the way in time, and just right on top of your foot is like the weirdest place to get hit.
And it's so odd, too, because so many guys will wear those, the shin guards with the foot covering, and it always seems to hit the spot that's not covered.
Or the other foot.
Yeah.
It's commonly a problem. It happens a lot more often than you'd think.
2-2 is the count to Ben Fussell. 8-2 now is the lead for Carolina Prime. Fussell ropes that 97.4 off the bat. That one goes foul. Man.
Oh, man.
We have seen a couple monster shots off the Carolina Prime bats, but they've been hauled in at the warning track and now gone foul at nearly triple digits.
Was it Ben Fussell who flew out at 92.9 earlier?
Yep. Yep. So Ben Fussell, 290-plus exit velos. Neither one of them earns him a trip around the bases.
7.4. Oh.
That's going to run the count full.
Well, 3-2 is time to swing. Let's see if he gets another shot at it.
Just maybe 1 minute left.
A walk-off here. Just 1 minute on the clock if he sends this one over the fence.
Instead, he goes back foul. That's going to, it's going to be hauled in by the first baseman for the 2nd out. So Ben Fussell goes quietly after seemingly sending that one out, but it goes foul, and that is going to do it. So we're going to be timed out here. 8-2 is the lead in the win for Carolina Prime over East Cobb Patriots in our game of the day from the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. Grayson, Rosen, and I will be back momentarily as we gather to talk about player of the game. We'll be back from LakePoint Sports.
So, yeah, Outrage is trending, our feet stirring us up, splitting us up. What if we came out from behind our walls and keyboards just for a sec and just go yard, front yard? Come out bagging, jumping, check on that Johnsonville feed. Let our individual flavors blend together. Yes, block nobody, block party. Keep it juicy.
Boogie woogie jam slam, bust the dialect. I'm the
First one I picked up, I just liked it the best. And like I said, I tried a lot of different companies, a lot of different models, and I fell in love with Old Hickory for sure.
At Academy Sports and Outdoors, you'll always find more fun with great brands at the best prices. More of this, and this. So you can get together for a little of that, and a lot more of that. And even some of that, and that's good. Have more fun with great brands at the best prices. Only at Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Welcome back to LakePoint Sports. Cory McCartney, Grayson, Rosen with you. 8-2 is the win for Carolina Prime over East Cobb Patriots in what was our game of the day from the Prep Baseball Fall Classic. You talk about a weird way to spend a morning. We had what was expected to be an 8 o'clock first pitch. It was pushed to 8:15 as there was fog setting across the fields here at the Baseball Village at Emerson, Georgia, and LakePoint Sports. Then it got pushed back again and again and again and again, and we finally get first pitch at 10 o'clock. And then we have a game that includes 6 walks by East Cobb Patriots, 3 by Carolina Prime, so 9 in total. We have a run score off of a ball dropped at home plate on an attempted steal of home that nobody saw coming. Oddity, I think, was the easiest way to kind of sum up today, Grayson.
Yeah, our first 4 runs of the game really happened on the base paths because of wild pitches and just some odd things, like you said, happening in this game. But all in all, it ended up being a very entertaining game. It was a lot of long at-bats for both sides at the plate, just doing a good job of staying alive. We saw some good pitching, certainly at times, and I think it was kind of just a little bit of everything today.
Noah Burnham, the catcher for Carolina Prime, he drops the ball on what is ultimately the first run of the game for East Cobb Patriots on that attempted straight steal of home. If not for that moment, East Cobb Patriots probably don't score. They may not get their first hit of the game. But Burnham, to his credit, comes back in the 4th inning with an RBI double to make up for that. So I think, first of all, congratulations to him on bouncing back from a tough moment.
Definitely.
But when we talk player of the game, Slade Bird, 2 for 2 with a walk, scored 2 runs, had 2 RBI single in the 4th in a game where we were kind of waiting for somebody to kind of be that guy who filled up the stat sheet. Slade Bird absolutely did that.
Yeah, he was unbelievable. The Georgia Southern commit from that South Carolina Future Games team. He shows up here and just goes to work. He's the leadoff hitter in the lineup. He starts off the day with a hit. Then he ends up coming around with some good base running, scores the first run of the game for Carolina Prime. He comes back around, draws a walk, gets around the base pass again to score once again. And then, like you said, in that 4th inning, got the 2 RBI single that really sealed the deal here to end this game. And just a fantastic day for him. Just taking every opportunity on the base pass was a huge part of this team's win and Slade Bird's day. So definitely a big thing for Slade Bird was the base running.
When I talked to Slade Bird pregame and we talked about his Georgia Southern commitment, I said, what kind of player is Georgia Southern getting in Slade Bird? And he said he believes they're getting one of the best players in the class of 2026, and he certainly took advantage of his opportunity and showed out in a big way today, helping Carolina Prime to an 8-2 win in our pool play action from the Prep Baseball Fall Classic, and certainly an exciting game for us, and we will, of course, be bringing you much more action next week, so make sure you join us a week from now as we'll have the Fall Frenzy. So of course, you'll want to make sure you're following all the Lake Point Sports social channels. We'll send out broadcast information later this week as we sum up what's going to be our game of the day for that matchup. And also make sure you're following all of our social channels for all the great content that we are producing from across campus here at Lake Point Sports. So until next time, for Grayson, Rosen, and producer Mason Monroe, I'm Cory McCartney, and we are signing off from Lake Point Sports.